Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra the Orcish Fiddler here, and it's Tuesday once again. I hope you all have been having a happy Orktober. Wolf, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I want to point out that starting today, provided nothing breaks, I am adding closed captioning to the stream, and I am also recording subtitles so that I can add them to the VOD when I upload them to YouTube. So, if you find that you need them, you are welcome to utilize them. If you do use them, I would like to know if there's any problems with them. It's my first time using closed captions, so it's entirely possible that they may not be entirely accurate. My understanding is that a lot of automatic captioning systems do tend to have some inaccuracies. I'm going to try my best to be clear and enunciate so that the software doesn't misinterpret anything that I'm saying. We'll see how it goes, though. I just need to be mindful of that. I do have the captionings also viewable on my screen, but it's kind of small, so I'm not going to see it too often, though. You're just trying to be okay. I'm trying my best as well, Wolf. I've got some medical stuff that I've been dealing with over the weekend, and I think I figured out the root cause. I believe that Here, I want to switch to a different song here. Yeah, we'll get this song. It's a little bit more relaxing to listen to this one. Anyway, I have a protein powder. Like, when I wake up in the mornings, my breakfast consists of what I call either an orc milk or protein milk. It's basically a it's Fairlife brand. It's 350 grams of the 2%. It's 150 grams of the chocolate, and then it's 25 grams of ISO-pure whey protein isolate. And when I went shopping last, the stuff I get is vanilla, but I noticed they had chocolate, and I was like, ooh, I should try that. So I did. And because I had excuse me, because I was also trying a number of other new things, I wasn't sure if it was that or if it was something else, but I've been having problems ever since. I stopped with that recently, and I seem to be getting better, so it's possible I may have found the source of me feeling unwell. And hopefully I will be back to 100% soon, because it's been a miserable weekend. I haven't been able to eat that much. But I am eating more now. I had most of what I usually eat today, compared to like 700 calories, which was on Sunday? It was on Sunday that I only had 700 calories worth of food, because I just couldn't eat. But yeah, making improvements. Alright. Where did we leave off in Bastard Bonds? I think we were just kind of exploring, trying to find a better stronghold. Who do we got in our party right now? We've got Nazar, Raven, and Reppin. Oh! Wolf, we did find you. So now we've got you in the party as well. We spent a little bit of time getting you caught up in terms of level. That was last week. So this week now we've got to get other people. We're kind of cycling everybody in, trying to get everybody as equal as possible here. So we've got Raven and Reppin in the team. And we're going to see if we can we can get them leveled up next. Where do we want to go? I think we did Fort Gallier. Crumbling Household and Old Ratway. I wonder if any of these might make for a good base. We'll find out. Let me do a quick save. Crumbling Household. This appears to once have been a rural family home, but it has been standing disused for many years. I'm not sure that there's going to be anything in here. Yeah, I don't think there is. I don't think there are any enemies here, but we'll find out. Oops, I need to open the door. Oh, hey! It's Val! Just stay away from me, please. We found Valentine. I don't want any of this. I had a home and a life, and now it's all gone. Now I'm reduced to hiding in cellars and scrounging for food unfit for swine. Maybe I'd be better off to have stayed in the stocks. Let's bring Val with us, shall we? Go with you? I don't think that's a good idea. Then again, I don't think being alone in this place is a good idea either. I suppose I'll come along, just for a while. Well, lead the way then. We'll see how this goes. Since our party's full, we'll have Val wait at the entrance. The fuel in this furnace is moldering and damp. Oh, I can't light it. Well, that sucks. Hey, Jay Johnson. Welcome in. I hope you are doing well. How has your October been? There is still a bit of fuel in this lantern. In the lantern light, you can see that one side of the bed is heavily bowed, as though the person who slept on this side was much, much heavier. That's it? Huh. That's, unexpected? There is a stack of paper and charcoal in this end table. There are what appear to be children's drawings on some of the pages. There are 5 figures holding hands, apparently the very picture of a happy family. The father has a large, goofy grin with exaggerated teeth. Ah, somebody has an orc dad. The whimsical decorations on this chest seem to mark it as a child's toy box. There are still a few moldering toys inside, and they appear to all be very boyish. Cold and miserable, I thought it was fall, not winter. Oh, Jay Johnson, I have, where I live in the United States, it gets like that around October. Like, whenever Halloween rolls around, there's about a 50% chance that it will snow. But I hope you're able to find a little bit of warmth soon. You've seen snow in October where you live? Yeah. Okay, well, This was a nice little jaunt. Not a lot happened. Jaunt's nice. Hey Val, welcome in. We just found you. Let's see what level you are. Oh, you're only level 9. Well, we gotta get you in here. Let's go ahead and swap Raven out for now. And let's return to the stronghold so we can get you equipped. Let's see, we do want to talk to everybody since we just had an experience thing. And I don't yet know what the trigger is for needing to talk to everybody. Lars, hello. And we'll say hi to Rebin. I wonder if anybody has posted like what the trigger for talking to people is. Oh, let's actually see what her line is. Well, we aren't dead yet. That's something. So are we going to keep bringing in more people? I shudder to think of what some of them did to get here. What a wretched place to end up, being forced to rely on a lot such as this. Sorry, did you need something? Yep, the broad. Okay. Let's go ahead and give her a sword. I'm gonna try a plate, Quares, and a lucky ring. I'm hoping that the lucky on the ring will counter unlucky on the plate. And it'll just be a normal roll. Yeah, that should work. What is Nazar equipped with? Physical 10. Hey, SVJ! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you are doing well. I love the little perky ears. That's very cute. I just glanced at my closed captioning. That's supposed to be perky ears, not pretty ears. So, for anybody who weren't here at the start of stream, I have enabled closed captioning. I'm using the built-in closed captioning for Twitch. So if you do find yourself using it, please give me some feedback. Let me know how well it's worked out, if I need to make any changes. I can do some tweaking to it. Like right now I have it set to all caps. I can set it to just be like lowercase or regular case. I noticed that regular case wasn't very consistent. So I just figured, well, we'll just do all caps. See if that helps. You're doing good, just getting home, so you can do your thing soon. Well, that is awesome. I hope you get a chance to relax as you do your thing. Let's see. Okay, we were done. We were just equipping Val. So, where shall we go next? There's an archive. There's a wind-blasted cairn. Having some chili dogs. Oh, are they just chili dogs or the chili cheese dogs? How proud would Sonic be of these chili dogs? If putting cheese on them counts? Sure, I would say that it counts. I mean, if you like the cheese and you want the cheese, then you should have the cheese. If you don't like the cheese, you don't have to have the cheese. So this unlocked a few things. Oh, that's why. Okay, I see. Anyway, Wind Blasted Cairn. A small overgrown graveyard nearly swallowed up by the encroaching wilderness. Let us see what's inside. Oh. It's just a graveyard. Well, let's examine the area. Actually, just so that I don't have a lot of people all over the place here. There we go. Little Harriet, who never had a chance to grow up. FC, the Unquiet Pen. RW, the brave woman who charged ahead. AB, the people's scoundrel. AR, whose coffin lies empty. GK, gloriously defiant. SE, who glorified the flesh of man. Is that so? KS, mother and scholar. I wonder who these people were. Not seeing anything back here. I'd have to say Sonic is better for sure. They're still amazing. Oh, there's a bag here. I was more along the lines of Sonic the Hedgehog. Would he approve? A cold blade. This is a unique weapon. Physical 25, Daze Strike. You know what? Let's go ahead and give that to Val. It's a little weaker than the broadsword. But hey, Daze Strike. You don't eat hedgehogs, though. No. Okay, so, my understanding, I haven't really seen too much of the Sonic the Hedgehog gosh, if I can talk today. Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons. My understanding, though, is that Sonic the Hedgehog is just a major fan of chili dogs. They just decided to make him a chili dog fanatic. I don't know why. So that's why I brought that up. Let's go and put the broadsword back for now. Val, you take this. Put you here. And we can exit. Okay, now we can go to the old schoolhouse. Trun Mitas. This was, from what I recall, some sort of a weird cave. I think I remember unlocking one once at some point, but I don't remember how I did it. Or, I don't know. This must have once been a small jailhouse. There are no other buildings nearby, so it was either a remote holding area or the best built building in a long gone town. Oh. Huh. Well, this is very organic looking. The door kind of resembles a sphincter, and the walls are kind of squishy looking. Okay, well, Val, are you certain that we need to be here? You know, Val, I'm kind of questioning that myself. I'm not gonna poke this sphincter because I'm a little afraid of what will happen. So let's examine the other areas. Oh, hi. Come on then, I'll kill you all if I have to. I'm glad the miserable personality lives up to its name. I'm glad you approve, Val. I wasn't too certain how the miserable personality would voice their lines, to be honest. You can blast from here. Oops. Val noticed a couple of other new friends. I should be able to attack one round. Those, because they, yeah, we have to give them their turn, so. We have a Gavauden and an Alpha, and I didn't see what the first one was. Oops. Ow! That daze doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. Let's see. She doesn't have any ward, so she won't heal from defending. We're just gonna have her wait. Wow, nice crit. We do have a mushroom. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons on my keyboard, though. There we go. That should help. Well, we got a whole bunch of doors. Let's make sure that the halls are clear first before we go Monty Hall on this thing. Hi! The fighting just never stops. Let's see. How do we want to arrange this? 1, 2, 3. That's not a valid space, I don't think. So, Nazar's gonna be here. Jeez! Patriarch. Okay. Apparently you can't be targeted. So... Okay, nice crit. No. You can't reach, so... There you go. I better defend. Okay. Jeez. No, don't fumble. I'm taking a lot more damage than I thought I would. Let's have Val defend as well. Okay. Okay, I guess I can point... I guess I can poke the sphincter now. But I'm not walking through it. That's just weird. Okay. Well, let's get everybody, kind of organized here. Weird is one way of putting it? Yeah. Yeah, poking the sphincter door was weird enough. Alright, show us what's behind door number 1. Absolutely nothing. Not the worst prize in the world. Huh. Okay. Hi! Okay. I can ward that. A Krynos. You know, I have a terrible idea that I hope I don't regret. Mr. Krynos, you want to stand there and throw fireballs at us just for a little bit? While I heal us? Actually, I can have Reppin do something here. Okay. Now we are healed, and I didn't have to use any food because I don't have any more, and I didn't have to use the potions, which really should be saved for emergencies. Do I want to stand next to him? I have a feeling that this guy's gonna be pretty beefy once we're in melee. But... yeah. Well, actually, no. I can, see. I think Nazar can attack from here, maybe. Valentine, stand by a second. I need to see how disastrous this is gonna be. Okay, good. Shoot. Maybe we should have grabbed a bow. That way Val could swap between ranged and close combat. At least until we get her leveled up a bit. Okay. Not the worst result in the world. Okay, Repin, I need you to stand back a little bit more than that. And Nazar and Val, please change spaces. Oh, okay. There's nothing in here either. Cool. Peekaboo? Nothing. Okay. Oops. Hello! Uh-oh! That's not what we wanted to have happen. Cannot wait to see what your Wolf can do with battle once he's all good to go. We'll probably bring him in pretty soon then. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Sasquatch decided to kind of mess with my formation here. Well, that works. That doesn't. Yay, Val with the kill. This place is singularly unpleasant. I don't know. You put some curtains up, maybe some potted plants. I think it could be quite cozy. And, you know, these could be like individual rooms for us. Oh wow. Hello! A Jotun. I'm not entirely certain what a Jotun is. I glanced at my closed captioning. A Jotun. So this is apparently a guy named Joe who likes to sing. Jeez. 90 damage on a critical. Okay, area is secured. So we can just open doors willy-nilly and not have to worry about it. There's not a lot in terms of, stuff. But if we've got the manpower to take over this place, this might make a really good, place to live. Good stronghold. And then we've got this squishy place. Yeah, I think we're done here. Let us exit. And now Valentine has caught up in level. Let's see. I think we just want to continue having Rebin continue weave. What is he working on? Magic bag. I wonder if I shouldn't stick a point of ward on him though. No. No, he's not going to be really close enough to anybody to really do much with that. So yeah, we'll continue having him focus on his weave. And then Val, we've got 2 points. So Val from chat wanted her to be kind of a tanky person, so I think we're gonna improve guard here a little bit. Especially considering she took a surprising amount of damage. So we'll give her a bit of a guard boost. Let me see something out real quick. Okay, yeah, there's not enough points to get that bonus, so we'll just work on guard. Okay. Can we... Oh, the upkeep required is 8836. It supports 31 though. So if we can get that much manpower, hoo boy. Oh look, it comes all the way over here. Okay, we'll check that out in a moment. We're gonna give everybody a quick chat. And then we will do a little bit of inventory management. There's Wolfie. A fine day to you. We've actually got something halfway civil here, haven't we? It's inspiring, really, to see the outcasts of society coming together like this. I'm pleased to be a part of it. And of course, Green just wants to go out and blow things up. He's quite good at it. I wonder if I need to keep chatting with Nazar. Like, I don't know if you can lose rapport after you've bonded with them. Your werewolf's looking strapping, indeed. Val is happy we're not dead yet, and Kirillo is just chilling. Yeah, the closed captioning doesn't know how to spell Kirillo, but at least it's getting the general pronunciation right. Alright. Who do we want with us right now? I think we want Wolfie, so we're gonna have to swap. We'll swap in Repin's gear with Wolfie's. And we will have you carry a mushroom as well. And maybe we should carry a nice crisp lager as well, in case we need more than minor refreshment on the journey. Let's see. And we'll keep Val in the party for another another level. Oh. We will give her a bow for holding on to, though. Let's give you... Let's give you Zentgraph's bow, just to hold on to in case it's needed. That way, at least, if for some reason she gets another crit like what happened before, there's the option to back off a little bit. Okay, now we've got Trun Tract. Trun? C-H-R-U-N. I don't know how to pronounce that. This tunnel appears to go on forever. The walls thrum with the sound of a pulse, and the ground feels as though it is moving beneath your feet. That sounds squishy. This looks squishy. What are you? A gruesome figure. There is a sculpture of a man here, buried halfway in the ground with his mouth gaping open in a silent scream. There is a brownish crust and 2 stripes down his body as though there was something leaking from his eyes. Ew. Yuck, that is gross. Oh, we can't do anything with it? Okay. Can we move on? Okay. That... I have a feeling we need to do something with that statue, and then maybe we can use this as a way to get to this side of the island. Presumably. But whatever it is, we don't have it, and I'm not sure what to do with it. I have a weird feeling about Festad's archive, so I'm going to hold off on that one. An old one-room schoolhouse. It has held up surprisingly well. You can almost still hear the voices of school children singing. You know, having school children seems... Well, actually, no. I guess it's not that strange for this whole island because, you know, mostly men, but probably also some women are being thrown here just to sort of fend for themselves. So it would only make sense that if they escape that they might get together and have families. And, well, there's probably going to be somebody who wants to educate those families' kids. Huh. Well, there doesn't appear to be much here right now, so this is probably something we have to handle later. Oh, I just noticed, this crumbling household, we can't turn that into a stronghold. That's interesting. Ratway. This underground sprawl is a mess of sloppily erected walls and confusing passages, cluttered with rubble and permeated with a nauseating odor. Oh, this is a big place. We shall have to be careful, friends. I'm hitting F4 instead of 4. Hello! We're here to sell magazine subscriptions. Wolfie, can you blast? You can. Who do we want you to blast? We've got Arthrotan, Ratling, and another Ratling. Oh wow, just blow that shit up, Wolfie. Okay. Okay. I would say that we did a pretty good job of that. Nice work, team. Never mess with werewolves who partner up with orcs. Indeed. Uh-oh. We're gonna see if it hesitates. Oh shoot, none of us are negotiators. Oh well. Well, I guess I'll talk to it. Gah! You too strong! Give us whatever you're carrying, please. You no take. No take! I guess I wasn't very convincing. We'll give you one more chance. That's not the chance. Also, it has a day strike? Okay. Okay. You lose. We gave you 2 chances. Let's see. We want Wolfie here. Hello. I don't think you can see him, can you? You cannot. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. Oh, right. Wolfie does have ward. So we don't need healing at the moment, so it's fine. Just explode him a little bit. Just a tiny bit. It's all good. Oh. Val is not gonna be able to fit. Give up or you die. Well, okay. You die then. Too broad. Actually, let's take one step back just in case. Hey, there's a chest here. 400 gold was inside. Wow, everybody got into formation right where I wanted them, and I didn't have to faff around with anything. Hello, friends. We're doing a survey to see who your favorite political candidate is. Wait. What is an arthrotan? Is that like a snake lower body? The team is getting smart with the tactics. Maybe. Okay, we need to swap out for the bow. Hey! How's Wolfie supposed to blast when you're so close? Oh. Swap back to a sword, I guess. Oh no! Swapping the weapons around made her fumble. Okay. Listen, you. Whatever you're holding, just drop it and run. You take. I go. Ow. That poisoned me and that sucked. Let us experiment. Nope, never mind. Risk was too high, he fumbled. Alright, just I was gonna have Wolfie try to heal me, but... A worn knife, huh? Alright. Found some dry turkey. What does that heal? 40? I'm gonna go ahead and eat the mushroom. I don't think Wolfie has a line of sight. You jerk! Fine, we'll come to you then. Can you reach with a bow? I actually meant to do that as a reckless action. Oh well. Well, that was not quite how I wanted to do that, but it worked. Oh, hello. Not in a position to blast. Moon rat. Huh. Ow! Well, I've got the turkey leg, so it should be fine. I'm getting crit a lot more than I remember in my previous playthroughs. Ah, hi! Well, at least the crit wasn't as heavy. Hang on a second. Okay, there. There. Stab you in the face. No door? There is a door right here. Hello there. Oh, it's kind of like a bug for the lower half. Okay, that's a little weird, but... Jeez. Wolfie blowing things up again. Whoops. Let's have you use the bow. Oops. Ow! I really wish Wolfie had a Marcus by now, but oh well. Yes, thank you, Val, for killing that thing. That sucked. Going through food supplies a little bit faster than I thought I would here. Let me see something here. Oh, I forgot to take my meds. 1 second. Oops, sorry. There we go. Yeah, I think, considering I keep getting crit and I don't need to fall to a random crit and game over, let's go ahead and have a beer. More friends. Uh-oh. I'm gonna just defend. There we go. Val is just as good with a bow as with a blade. Oops. Oh no. Wolfie can't get a line of sight. Stand here. You're surrounded. Give up. Stop with the critical hits. Oh my god. Never mind. Wolfie, don't stop with the critical hits. Keep blowing shit up. Never underestimate the power. Indeed. Yeah, we gave you just enough hunt that your crit is pretty decent. Ooh, hey, a healing potion and a Monte Cristo sandwich. Fancy. Allow me to raise my pixel pinky and say how fancy the sandwich is. They sure don't live long. Oops. Okay, that's not the way this was supposed to work, guys. A miss! Two misses. You jerk. Nah. Eesh. Can you? You cannot. You want pain? I'll give you pain. Never mind. Okay. I see how it is. We were rolling 20s a whole bunch of times before, and now suddenly we're rolling 1s. Ah, there we go. Well, that was quite the adventure. Nobody wants to buy our shit, damn it. Wolfie, what shall we do to level you up? We want to get you to a Marcus so that you can remotely heal people. So we're gonna focus on Blast. And Val. Yeah, we'll focus on Guard. We'll get to Second Skin. Eventually. There's a collapsed tunnel. Real quick, let me do a chat with people, since we just had some level ups. And also inventory management, because we don't need the extra potion. We don't need that much healing in a sandwich. So we will carry one of these. Make sure that everybody's doing all right. Make sure we are well rested. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't I have a... I thought so. Yeah, I had a knife. I'm gonna put that here because I don't need that taking up a slot. Do we have... We do not have any other knives. Okay. Wolfie, did you enjoy the adventure? And we'll speak with Lars. And Revan. And Grin. Okay. This looks like a network of tunnels between nearby basement constructions. It might still be navigable. It's rather dark. None of us are carrying a torch. Wow, it's super dark. Hold that thought. That's a little bit too dark. Yeah, I think we need something. And hello, C79, welcome in. I hope you are doing well. I hope that your October has been excellent so far. What's up? Well, surviving as best as we can. Wolfie, what are you carrying for this? You're carrying a shield. You know what? We're gonna swap that out. You can carry a torch. Because right now, Wolfie is usually not in any danger. I say that, but we're actually not sure where we're going, but usually he's in the rear of the party, so he should be fine. I don't want to go to the schoolhouse. I want to go to the collapsed tunnel. Wolfie is the light of our life. He is. He brings light where there is darkness and brightens our day. So having him in the rear of the party is probably a terrible idea, but... Ah! A gremlin. Oh, okay. Ah! No line of sight. Oh, for crying out. Ow! Darn it. Hang on a second. Yeah, look at this thing. It's like a centipede from the waist down, and then humanoid from the waist up. Very unusual. I'm going to defend. Dang it! Thank you, Wolfie. It occurs to me Nazar is not getting a camaraderie bonus, the rest of us are. Oh well, that's fine. Did I miss any lights out here? You are on a roll. Okay, there are no lights out here. Alright, just making sure. Not that the light seems to be going very far. This place is singularly unpleasant, Val, I would agree. I have a bad feeling about this. Ah! Oh, it has fleet. Are you able to blast? You can. Good. Jeez, Wolfie. Well, Wolfie, you wanted to see what you can do, and now you're seeing what you are capable of, suddenly and violently and all over the place. I suspect there's somebody around the corner. Wolfie, can you stand over here? I will defend. And that is why I will defend. Nazar kind of ripping things apart as well. Ah! Oh, nice shot, Val. Oops, I have to go around the stools, I guess. There we go. Okay, well that clears this area. And now we get to progress onward in our adventure to who knows where. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, second skin is kind of needed. Especially considering some of those crits. I do not know, I can't remember for sure if critical hits bypass armor somehow, or exactly how that works. That place was way too dark. It was a little bit much. We're gonna give a little bit more hunt to Nazar. And Val... Oh, so close! But look at that, we're just barely where we... One more level. At level 14, she'll have that. Okay. There's a couple places that I'd unlocked. What was the upkeep on this one? Oh, you can't secure, or you can't turn it into that. All right. Real quick. We'll give everybody a quick chat. And do a bit of inventory management. Actually, we're good on inventory. Well, no. We can swap that torch out and put his shield back on. Actually. Oh no, there was a reason I was doing that. Okay, never mind. Okay. I would really love to know the mechanic as to, like, how often I need to chat with whom, because I do not know. And this is honestly one of the most obscure, time-consuming aspects of it. That just feels like busy work. Some kind of quality of life thing, like a little chat bubble, to indicate like you haven't chatted with them, would be ideal. Because otherwise you're just, you know, going through the motions. And they kind of say the same thing. If they had, like, more random things to say, that might be more interesting, but... Let's see what's over here, shall we? This might once have been a town, but ramshackle walls have been erected in strange places. Still, perhaps there is shelter to be found. Oh, I remember this place. It'd be nice to see an icon above people similar to Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, exactly. I remember this place and I remember something good about it, but I don't remember what it is. Oh well, I guess we will have to find out. I guess we'll just go all the way down here just to make sure that there is nothing we have to worry about. Looks like it's clear. Lots of rooms and doors, yeah. Oh, hi. What are you? You are Spriggans. Nice. Actually, gonna swap places with Val here. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot with my blast, but it's fine. Okay. Darn it. Help. Oh, that's not much damage. Okay. Stop poisoning me. Well, it seems quiet. Huh. It's an unusual looking flower. Nope, nothing going on there. It appears as though this area was used for some kind of public event. Well, I'm not seeing any skulls. The axe lodged in this stump appears to be very thoroughly stuck, but you might be able to free it if you're strong enough. We'll leave this for now. We need to get either Zentgraf or Bato to do something about it. Hold on 1 second. Text filtering, add a text replacement. Zentgraf. There we go. Now if I say Zentgraf, it should actually do it correctly. There we go. Sorry, I was fiddling around with the closed captioning. Have we explored? We haven't explored any of these areas, have we? Why does this look like I can go through it? Oh well, I guess I can't. That's fine. Oh. Oh, this door is locked. Okay, well, this door is also locked. I don't feel like using keys on it. Gotta turn on all the lights. Oh, hello. Mushroom people. Well, that takes care of that. Thank you, Wolfie. I'm going to eat its brains now. I lost a hit point. I want the hit point back. This panel was meant to block off a passage behind it, but it is not subtle. A good heave might see it come loose. We'll come back. I'm not sure what that emote is. Oh, I see it. It's an arm flexing. Okay. The demi colors confused me for a second. There is not a door here. Hello. Okay. There's no line of sight. Wolfie can't do anything right now. Now we can. Oops. Dang it. Really? There we go. Thank you, Val. Give me my hit point back. More blowing up of things. Whoops. What is this? This cauldron is full of scummy, stagnant rainwater and is seething with bug larvae. It hasn't been used in a very long time. It's gross! Uh-oh. I probably should have positioned the people a little bit better before this mess. Well, it's been good working with you. I feel like that all the time, but it's not real. Fight! Uh-oh. Just to be on the safe side here. Stop beating up the Tsar. Okay, they're annoying now. We are going to rearrange things a little bit. I need Val to come up here. Yeah, Wolfie can heal us. Gonna have to wait a minute. Oops, okay. Here, borrow Nazar's scythe for a second. Never mind. Wolfie, help! Eep. There we go. Well, that was a little bit of a mess. Let's eat their brains. Nazar, you can eat this one. And I'll eat this one. Hang on a second, I can't see what we got. We can't carry anymore. There's a rusted key inside the drawer here. Okay. All that for a key. Works for me. Oh. We've got silk culottes. And a glass jewel. Oh, and a sumptuous garden. We want that. Okay, we can just leave those mushrooms. Let's see. Oh, I don't want to I don't want to use up a key if I don't have to. Not when I can just go around. I'm just making sure that there's no other entrances that I missed, but yeah, it looks like it's... I'm gonna have to use a key. And yeah, I know that that's there, Nazar. Oh, this door's unlocked. Nope, never mind. I'll go ahead and use a regular key here. Let's get into position just in case things decide to blow up. This needs an ordinary key. You have 2. Come on, then I'll kill you all if I have to. I guarded the attack, but I got poisoned anyway. That sucks. Wolfie, I need to stand there. What are you? I can't see what you are. And there is no line of sight? There is no line of sight. Okay. There's still no line of sight, you jerk. Or me? No. Yeah, there's... What? Fine, we'll take another step back. Come get us. There! Oh, Nazar, you need to get a little closer here. I actually meant to guard, but it's fine. 1 hit point is not a big deal. Oh, that's a lot of damage. The creature's hesitating, but you cannot communicate with it. And it flees. Okay, note to self. Poison does actually a pretty significant amount of damage. Oh, I need to not stretch that arm. That's the one that's got a nerve problem. Where's that mushroom? All the way over there. Okay. This seems silly to run all the way back to get it, but Wolfie, please be a dear. Drop the porn for a second. Wait, how come Wolfie dropped it but it went by my feet? Okay. We're gonna have Wolfie run and grab the mushroom for us real quick. Yeah, we found random loot and some porn. This direction. Pretty much. It's Baldur's Gate 3 Magic Pockets. That, or if I can talk, I vicariously enjoyed it through Wolfie. Okay, here Wolfie you can pick up the porn again. No, I didn't. Oh, okay. Hey! Come and get us, fools! Okay. Just trip over your own feet, that's fine. They're made of twigs, so I can imagine that that's often a problem. That poisoned me, damn it. We are going to have to just wait. Okay. For a moment there, I thought that cured it, but it didn't. What is it doing? I think it's stuck on the flowers. Shoot. Okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of plants that are going to be in the way. I don't think Nazar's going to be able to help much. I shouldn't have actually put him there. Wait, poison wore off. You're gonna have to just endure it, Nazar. Okay. That works. But that means Wolfie's not going to have much of an impact. Nazar... Oh, you tripped over your feet. Okay, this is fine. Dang it! Never mind. Just... Wolfie just got really pissed off at it. It's like, you know what? That ward that you just did, I'm gonna break that ward and just, you know, tear you to shred with my magic. There are bottles here. It went like this. It did go like that. It went exactly like that. This table is covered with dirty bottles, most of them empty, but one still has its stopper on tight. It doesn't appear to be a potion, but rather an aromatic extracted from flowers. At the very least, it is an expensive luxury item. Perhaps someone will buy it. It is a floral oil. So we won't have enough room for the glass gem, but it's not going to get us much money. So this is an accessory. It provides lucky, regeneration 10, evasion 5, and threat 5. So threat is like your critical threat. So it makes it so that your crits happen more often. Let's exchange the ring for the floral oil. I think that'll work very well on Valentine, considering the unlucky on the plate Quares. And I believe we found everything. Huh. You know, it's funny, I thought that there was something here that I was able to grind for, but I don't remember what. Oh well. Yeah, it's basically a perfume. Perfume with a lot of stuff attached to it. In fact, that regeneration is kind of going to make her pretty tanky. So if we ever need a substitute tank, or we get into a situation where we need multiple tanky people, Valentine is definitely going to be in the roster for that. Alright, let us exit for now. Yay, Wolfie has leveled up. Oh, the glass jewel finally sold for a whole 6 gold. Whoop-de-doodle. We're trying to get to a Marcus on that. So we'll just keep going in that direction. You better off selling a mushroom? I don't even know what the mushrooms will go for. Let's return to the stronghold. Give everybody a quick chat. I don't think we've found a better stronghold yet, unfortunately. Which we really need to find something so that we have more, more slots that we can bring people in on. I think we found all of the custom roster, though. Let's see. We've got Wolfie, we've got Reppin, we've got Val, we've got Lars, we've got Raven, we've got Grin. And then we've got Zentgraf. And But I think that is everybody, because we haven't added anyone else in yet. Let's put the porn away. Let's put the silk underwear away. Warding 20, evasion 10. Okay. Can people come in and submit, son? Yeah. Yeah, if somebody wants to submit a character, then yeah, they're welcome to do so. I want to say that everybody who is regularly watching has already done so. I know that SVJ was in earlier, but I think he was just kind of chilling for a little bit before he had to do his own thing. But hey, SVJ, if you want a character in the roster, you're welcome to do so. Exclamation point BB roster if you want to see the instructions for how to generate what I'm looking for creating the character. Let's see. We probably ought to swap somebody in to level them up, though. Who do we got that needs levels? What am I doing? I'm hitting the wrong button. Valentine is almost 14. Wolfie is 14. We got a lot of people at 11, 10. Okay. Grin is chaotic. So we kind of need somebody else who's chaotic with him. Raven is neutral. Bato. For right now, let's swap Wolfie in for Bato, and then once Valentine is 14, we'll swap Val in for somebody else who's low level. And then Grin... Was Lars chaotic? I don't remember. Yes, Lars is chaotic. Okay. So we can have Grin and Lars in the group, or we can have Kirillo and Grin in the group. Those three are sort of interchangeable. Actually, I might end up swapping Valentine and Nazar if we bring in some chaotic people. Because Nazar is lawful. So he's not getting any kind of camaraderie bonus if we bring in a bunch of chaos, and then I'll lose my camaraderie bonus as well. So, yeah. But we got options. Let's see. Lawful, lawful, neutral, neutral. Yeah, we'll do this to get Valentine to 14. Let's see. Guard post, gate, silent town, basement breach. Oops. I didn't want to come over here yet. Actually, I wanted to go to this place. Actually, I haven't been checking. Upkeep 10,759. Yikes. Yeah, that's not happening. What was it? Fort Gallier? What was I needed? Yeah, that's a lot. wait, I didn't check equipment. Hang on. Who do we have? We have Bato. Yeah, Bato, I think he's missing something. I don't remember what. Bato. You are missing armor. And let's go ahead and give the pretzel over to you. Oops, not Grin. Bato, where are you? There you are. Okay. Current stronghold is 14. Let's see. Supports 14, yes. And we have a band of 11 plus 2 service members. Okay, now we'll save. Excuse me. Oops. And just a quick question for those who've been tuning in for a little bit. Has my audio been pretty decent tonight? Like, it's been pretty consistent? Because I kind of changed where my mic is. An old guard post along the road. It appears to be in good shape, so it may still have supplies inside, if you can find a way inside. Audio has been good? Okay. I know there was one of the VODs I watched. It kind of... I didn't have glasses on. Usually I don't need it for when I'm at the computer because of their long distance, but I noticed that I was kind of leaning forward a lot to better look at things. 720p on a 1440p monitor is like a quarter of the screen, so the game window is kind of small. And I noticed that whenever I would lean forward, my voice would fade. So I figured to correct that, I arranged how my mic is located, and I'm hoping that where I have it now is more consistent. The only problem is that it's going to be more likely for me to introduce plosives, because it is right in front of me. It's about, not quite a hang 10 away, a little bit closer. A hang 10 is like when you do your pinky and your thumb kind of gesture. But I do wiggle around a lot sitting at the computer, so it's entirely possible that my audio has been inconsistent. Okay. Huh. It's locked. That's it? It's secured? There's nothing in here? Well, that was easy. Let's unlock it, I guess. Well, I'll check the lever out in a minute. Guys, come over here, please. There's a broadsword. Okay. And a dagger. Oh, I didn't put the ring away. I gotta do that when we get back to the stronghold. A broad head. And our inventory is full again, so we'll come back. No experience. Yeah, we didn't really do much. Alright, Valentine, put the ring away. Oh, where did I get a Nixic lens at? I forget. We should probably be carrying that around. Who's weak to Nix? Max and Rex. I should have given that to Wolfie. He could have been tearing apart those plant creatures. Hey, we can improve the sword. Let's put you there. Mouse. Dagger. Broadhead. We do not have another spear, do we? Let me check. No, we've got the cold blade. We're getting a raid. Reppin and the Awu crew, welcome in and thank you so much for the raid. Reppin and Locke, welcome in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening and a happy Orktober. Dog Thumbs, welcome in. Your music is going to pause for a second while I give a shout out to Reppin Wolf here. So if you're not already following Reppin, be sure to give him a little bit of love. He has been playing, he does a number of things he streams throughout the week, but he has been playing Alan Wake 2. So how has your progress been going in that game that I know you have been loving so much? Because every time I ask you about it, you are super excited. And I'm presuming that that excitement persists in through today. Let's see. A little more frustrating tonight, but it was good overall. Still a great game. Still a great game. How's your bonding of bastards going? It's pretty good. I believe we've got everybody from our custom roster in the party now. Or in the band, I should say. So now, unless somebody wants to... excuse me. Unless somebody creates somebody new for me to add, we've got everybody for that. We're just looking for the characters that come with the game. Right now I'm looking to see if I have another broadhead spear. I don't think I do, but I want to make sure before I set that aside. Nizar's using scythes. Bow. Okay, yeah, we don't have another broadhead, so we'll set that aside for now. But yeah, it's going pretty good. We are getting... There's a lot of crits going around all over the place, which is a little frightening. Let's go see our blacksmith so we can get our weapon worked. Insert waggling of eyebrows here. So now we've got a claymore and a basilard. Okay. Yeah, we have been exploring this this bottom area here. I believe we've actually... I think those are all the areas we can go to. We haven't actually explored them all yet. Anything with an arrow above it, we have not yet visited. Let's see, where did we... Oh, yeah. We'll go back to the old guard post because... Oh, we can claim this as supports 11. We have a band of 11. That's not gonna work. Each time I get a glimpse of you playing this, it looks really good. Well, I hope you give a chance. You give it a chance at some point to maybe play it. If you haven't already been checking out the VODs. For anybody new to stream, first and foremost, !BB roster if you are interested in joining our custom roster. Also, I am starting today using closed captioning. So if for some reason you find it better to use closed captions, please feel free to let me know if there's anything broken with them. You should be able to use the built-in Twitch closed captions. If that's not working, please let me know. I should have actually tested that before I started... Well, actually, there is no way for me to test that before I start stream, because the mic has to be live, and it's not live in my opening scenes. Enter location. Yeah, I'm not sure if the level of tactics are as complex compared to what you were playing before. I do not want to use 2 keys on this. That would be silly. Oh. I have not opened that chest. Guys, the open door's over here. Bato? Bato? Bato! Okay. A war axe. Okay. Oh, that button doesn't do that. Hey, there's a light lamp. Gotta light it. There we go. I feel better now. Okay. There's a bed. Under this mattress is a knife. Who knows how long it's been here? A bitter blade. Critical 20, threat 10, tangle strike. Interesting. Okay then. And I believe that is everything. Hang on, is this door... Let me see something here. It's also locked. We do not need 3 locked doors in this place. Goodness, people, that is ridiculous. Okay. Believe that's everything from this area. We'll go drop the bitter blade off. And the axe. Axes are surprisingly uncommon. Where was the other item? Nazar has it. Okay. Bitter blade is a unique weapon. I'll put it here. Actually, I will put it here. And I'm gonna try and sell this moldy shield because it's gross. I'm not expecting the moldy shield to be one of those secret items where if you combine it with some other super weird item, you get like the best shield in the game or something. I don't think the developer would do that to us. I don't think he would do that to us, but I'm not sure. Now I'm second-guessing myself. Anyway. Where were we? Umbral Gate Fortress Foundation. I almost said fountain. That's not a fountain. This old fortress is barely more than a shell, but it seems sturdy, and it is large enough to shelter a small army. Can it shelter our army? Gotta head to bed, Wolf? Well, I am glad that you stopped in and helped us blow shit up. Have a good night's sleep, Wolf, with lots of pleasant dreams. I hope you have a good week and a pleasant Orktober, and we will catch you later. Nighty-night. Oh, this place. This place... Bato, you probably don't want to be too close. Yeah, that's why. What are you? Knolls. I wonder if we know anybody from Reppin's stream who might be interested in this particular fight. I was actually wondering when we might run into gnolls. I couldn't remember what they looked like. They are really big. And also blue? I don't remember any of them looking blue when I was looking through the files. Oh well, anyway. This is gonna get messy quick. Could be the lighting. It could be. Oh no, they poison! They are toxically stinky. Well, I hope they at least wash their hands. Alas, the gnolls, they just kind of are clobbered there with some crits. I have to look at my closed captioning because I don't think it knows the word gnoll. It does not. Hey, Corgi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Gotta turn on the lights. Okay. Why do they leave all the lights turned out, darn it? Rated with the best of them? That is true. You sure did. Ah! More gnolls. Okay, hang on. I gotta fix a word. Add a text replacement. There we go. Now if I say gnolls, it should actually use the correct one. There we go. I don't think you can reach from here. You cannot. Jeez, Nazar. Also, was that 69? I thought it was. It's like, that was a very nice crit. In more than one way. Nah. We'll risk it. Okay. Shouldn't have risked it, but okay. There we go. And the area is secure. Any goodies, or is this just a good place to sleep? Yeah, that was quick. There were only like 5 gnolls in here. That's not how you spell gnolls, closed captioning. Okay. Okay, now we finally get 3 pips in. So we got second skin, doubles protection of equipped armor, and counter-strike, taking physical damage reduces risk. Bato is just a laborer, so we're just gonna focus on the labor. Alright. I really, really wish I knew whether or not I had to talk to everybody individually or just the people who leveled up. But I don't know, so we are going to be thorough. I hope Grin gets a chance to check out the VOD soon. He hasn't had a chance to stream. He's been having some medical issues he's dealing with, and I hope he's feeling better soon. Okay. Let's figure out who we are taking next. Actually, hold on a second. Before we do this... Supports 50, but requires an upkeep of 24,115. That's not happening for quite some time. I think we need more realistic accommodations. Let's go ahead and bring, I think, Lars and Grin. So let's see. We'll pop these over here. Let's go ahead and give him a Nixtic lens just in case. There we go. I don't think Nazar was carrying anything that I need to drop off. Okay. Umbral Gate, we can pop in there real quick just to mark it. We're not going to be able to do anything there yet, but it's fine. Oh, geez, it's dark. Why is this one so dark? Jeez, there. This pedestal is stained brown with ancient blood. There is an inscription on the very top. It reads, Make a offering of perfection to Lord Magister Josiah. Hang on, I need to stretch. Why do I have bad feelings about Silent Town? I don't want to go there yet. I have a bad feeling. This collapsed home appears unremarkable at first, but it looks as though there has been recent traffic to and from the basement. Oh, I found porn already. Oh shoot, that's right. Oh well, too late now. So gonna say, when I have Lars and Grin in the party, I probably should be swapping Nazar for Val. Yeah, let's go back real quick. We'll drop the porn off real quick. Who's carrying the porn? Nazar is. Okay. And Valentine. We are actually going to swap these weapons out. You can borrow Nazar's scythe. And grab a heal. Where are you, Val? There you are. Lars, we do not want you to stand there. You don't want to get you squashed here. There we go. Oh, okay. Little on the weak side, but a fight's a fight. Really? A Lilith? We're not close enough for Lars to hit it with a bow. We can't exactly stand by yet either. Well, we can do this, though. Actually, we probably should swap in the Nixic lens or something. Okay. Now I can get people where I want them. Ow! You big jerk. Yay, thank you, Grin. Well, that didn't go according to plan. I mean, it kinda did, but it also kinda didn't. Darn it. You jerk. Oh, still getting used to the scythe, I guess. Darn it. Oh no, it has a lure. Okay, well. Huh. Who knows what might happen? We'd best not. It is a pot. Inside was a depleted battery. Somebody was playing their Game Boy. Uh-oh. It's a Gavaldin. Time to pass time on Prison Island. Well, yeah, I mean, that does make sense. Hi. Hey! Don't go in that direction. We need a little space here. Poof. That didn't take long. I feel bad for the Gavaldin, but what was with the Mimic? A swarm of random basement junk. It really was. Well. That's that. Hey, we got a couple levels out of it. Yay! One of the antique coins sold. That doesn't happen very often. Okay, let's see. I'd like to get you to Fleet if I can, but you're probably going to get there pretty naturally if we just boost your fight. So yeah. Let's make you tear things up more. And grin. A little more hunt. Get that second pip next level. I'm not avoiding Silent Town, you're avoiding Silent Town. This old rest stop has a sizable outdoor eating area. In its day, it was probably a very popular place to get a meal. That's too many P's in one sentence. Wait a minute, I'm carrying stuff. I need to drop off it. Hang on. Guys, wait. I'm carrying junk that I don't want to carry. Would any of the early areas be a better stronghold? I can check, but I don't think that there were any better ones. Oh, I should talk to people again, because there were level ups. Okay, I'm going to make an assumption here, and I hope it's not a shitty one. I'm assuming that if you level up, I need to talk to you. And then everybody else I can just not talk to, and then hopefully their rapport doesn't drop? Like, I legitimately would like to know that. If anybody does know, I will take that particular hint, because it's not clear. I guess if you use people that get experience from an area, that you should talk to them. That's what I'm thinking, but then, like, if you don't talk to people, does their rapport drop? Is the question. Stew Pot Road Stop. Beef served every day. Come on in. Is there anything I can turn on in terms of lighting? It's kind of dark in here. Is that grin? No. Ah! Dot. We'll ransom, I guess. Dot. He doesn't have anything he says? I'm very confused. Hang on. Don't crit me. I want to see if that happens again. Since I'm pretty... Who's got a better chance here? Grin does. Oh wait, he ended his turn. His dialogue isn't written in. I just thought he was quiet. Are those commas or are those periods? Those look like commas. Yeah, those are commas. Now I'm curious to see whether or not this is a bug, and whether it's impossible to get whatever he's holding. So, forgive me a moment, I'm going to do a little bit of testing here. Because none of us really have a good ability to ransom, but I can parry this guy all day. We'll give it a few more tries. Okay, he actually will... He will drop his item. He just doesn't have dialogue for it. So yeah, I don't know if the developer is actively doing bug fixes on the game anymore, because I haven't seen any patches in a really long time. So as far as I'm aware, the game is in a finalized state. Whoops, there's a door right here, dummy. Hang on. I have to. It's a Minotaur. Blah, 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 blah. Hang on. Okay, I'm curious about what he drops if he hesitates, so... Gah, you win. Finish me already. You want it? Come and get it. His name is Bart. Okay. Don't. I see what you did there. Oops. Oh well, this is fine. You want it? Come and get it, damn it! Look, you're tough, but I can heal past this. Okay, that stung a little bit, but... Stop it! Give me your loot! Don't make me blow you up! Take it then and let me go. Okay, he dropped an axe. Or a hatchet. That was a little annoying. Excuse me. Well, we've got this fine dining establishment here. And I guess also fine dining over here? Question mark. Hello. No, we don't have reservations. Do we need a tie? Too far away. Also, still too far away. Screw it. Oops. Well, we tried. Nice crit. We'll try for it. Nothing to shoot. Come closer, friend. Got a nice, shiny whatever this is for you. Can't do anything right now. This thing's tough. Doesn't hit too hard yet, though. Should I see if it drops something? I don't think Grin has enough ward To heal? I'll find out, though. Ow. Okay, he does heal. Stop it. Look, any of us could kill you in one hit. Stop that. You're being rude. We're trying to be nice. Okay. There's also a battered blade. Which I don't really have the ability to carry. I should have just left one of these in his inventory. Left the other one at camp. Oh, hi. Welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order, please? I forgot that I could do that. Thank you for the sandwich. None of us need it right now. Whatever was in this cauldron is now nothing but a foul-smelling slime. Wait a minute, what was this place called again? I'm starting to realize that there does seem to be a bit of a fast food restaurant vibe. Like, these are the fryers, like the deep fryers, and then like these are the grills, and then I guess this is where you store all the other food, and then these are the counters where you make it and serve it. And yeah, I don't know. And then this is the back room where the manager is. Although I guess the manager was out front this time. Okay, I don't know what's downstairs yet. I'm not gonna check it yet because I kinda want to figure out what I'm doing with this stuff. How badly do I want this battered blade? Shoot, I've really got to get a porter. Alright. I don't remember what's down there. Plank shield is meh. Oh yeah, there are other shields, aren't there? Alright, so we'll put you here, drop the plank shield, and grab this. I totally forgot that that's what he was holding. Thank you. Well, I still need to go back to town, though. Because I don't know if there's anything down there. Go back to town. Go back to my stronghold. I know I haven't cleared it yet. I don't know if there's like a bonus to it, but it's fine. Exit. Yay, more coins sold. Lars, what were we doing with you again? Were we getting you... Yeah, we're getting you a little bit more hunt so that you can get fleet. And Grin. This should level... Okay, it won't. There. That should help a little bit. More fire. Let's see. We'll do the talk to Grin. And Lars is over here. Maybe I should stop carrying so many potions. We've got 2 hatchets that we can combine. And we have 2 battered blades. Somewhere. Right? I didn't drop that, did I? Grin, where are you? There you are. And only one of those. Let's go get our weapon worked again. Hello. Mouse! Do we have another broadsword? We do not. War axe! Bearded axe. Okay. Oh, we have 2 worn knives. Dagger. We don't have any other daggers. That's fine. Okay, I think that takes care of that. I haven't saved this, but I will do that. Okay. Now we can see what's going on here. Oops. Oh, bollocks. It's all over now, isn't it? Oh, you aren't one of those ruffians, are you? I was raiding the place for goodies when I got surprised by a band of rogues. I hid down here in the cellar, but the place is not in the best shape, you see, and the ceiling caved in. I'm stuck back here good and proper. I don't suppose you could get me out of here? Not with this crew. Yeah, none of us have enough labor. We'll be back. Is there anything else down here? Oh, it's greening. I was like, who was that? Who was that I get here? Hopefully this is not a case where if we don't get him now, he's permanently gone. I guess we'll find out. It's a good thing I saved. Bateau. I think it's a Bateau we want. Yeah, they're both level. Well, actually, no. I'm gonna get Zentgraph in here. So I think Zentgraph has just a tiny bit more. I think. I'm actually not sure. I am quite good at using doors. Val. Over here. Yes. Val is also good at using doors. Look, doors are difficult, okay? Don't judge us. The door could swing either way. Okay, good. Greening is still here. Oh, shoot. Okay. I've got a conundrum then. We've only got one slot left. So, can I leave Greening here? He's not gonna starve. I don't want to leave Greening here, but we've only got one slot available, and I don't know if we'll run into other random people and maybe lose the opportunity to bring them into the group. I don't know. I don't know who all is active at the moment, but if you're watching, what are your thoughts? Should I get Greening into the group now? We need to find a larger stronghold? Yeah, probably. I don't think this is it either. I don't think this place secures, or it won't secure until after we rescue Greening, and even if we do, we might not have enough people, or we might not have enough manpower for it. Greening, sorry, you don't want responsibilities tonight? Okay, that's fair. Well, since it has shown, we left, we came back, Greening is still there. He's fine. He's a food conjurer. He's not gonna starve. Greening, we'll be back eventually. Sorry. Yeah, because if there was a chance that we would have lost him, he would not have gone. I guess the map won't reset. It might be okay. Yeah. Let's do this. We'll do that just in case. Let me think here. If it was secure and then unsecure again, he might be gone. Well, it's not just that, because I have lost Borgnina this way. If you complete whatever their quest is for their area, that is your opportunity to recruit them. If you don't recruit them, you don't get another chance. Because I completed, I think it was on my first playthrough, when I was doing it for the first time on the Orcish Fiddler YouTube channel. I went through all the stuff where Borgnina was. I can't remember the details, like some priestesses, and they were supposed to be like chaste, but they were actually doing all sorts of sinly things or some stuff, and she was thinking of going to extreme measures to do something about it. So once you resolve that area, like, I don't think the area secures, it's just that from a scripting perspective, it's considered complete. And then you have the opportunity to recruit Borgnina, or whatever NPC. Well, recruitable character. If you don't recruit them right then and there, because at that time I had 0 slots available, so I didn't even get the option to recruit. And then she was gone when I went back there. So that was it. So yeah, I think because we left and came back, Greening was still there. He should remain there. He should still be there later. Okay. I don't want to do this. Hang on. Ah! I minimized it. Sorry about that. Back to the stronghold for a minute. If we are going to have Lars, 1 food item should be okay, and then Grin. Yeah, should be all right. Okay. If this is the place that I think it is, I remember bad things happening. This old village appears to be entirely empty. There aren't even signs of animal habitation. Yep, this is the bad place. This is where we're going to have to be really careful, or we could really easily lose Lars or Grin. Anyone caught using the mayor's private lounge area will be severely punished. I've used your lounge area. Specifically, I used the fire drum located in your lounge area. Ah! Spooky stuff. I don't want to unlock this quite yet. I seem to recall there being... Yeah, there's a bunch of chests there, and we do not have the inventory space for this. The statues do not appear to be something I can examine. But it is a guy, and another guy, and another guy, and... I can't tell, they're carrying something. Blah! It's doing spooky stuff. I think in my first playthrough, I don't even remember noticing that. No, this isn't anything special. Okay. It's all spooky! Yeah, I remember now. I had Greening with me, and Greening actually got clobbered here. It was my first, first downed party member. Ah, I wasn't looking. I was looking at chat. I didn't see what that was. I know that it's gonna be something shadowy and terrible and nasty and... Yeah. Spooky. Gotta turn on the lights. If we turn on the lights, they can't get us. Ooh, a barrel. Oh, there's something inside. Hello. It is a chewy quiche. I don't know if we should be holding this many stuff in our inventory, but okay. Halloween Town. Kinda, yeah. Maybe I should have waited until the end of Orktober to do this particular map. I'm a little concerned. I'm actually quite concerned. Like, we might die here. I don't know. Well, scrap of parchment. Examine. I tried for so long to find a way to save these people from their mayor, but I am done trying. Their willful ignorance and refusal to help themselves turn my stomach, and the world will be no sorer for their loss. My patience is spent, and tonight they will all die. The drums have been ensorcelled and are ready for use. Once they have been lit, this well should suffice as a... The note is ripped here, cutting off the rest of the journal page. Wait, the drums. Oh no, you mean all the drums that I've been lighting? Because I have to light all the fires? Well, I'm pretty sure we're fucked now. The clear water of the well shimmers silently in the night, reflecting the cloudy sky and the flickering flames of the nearby fire drum. Oh. Right. Oh. What? Apparently. I thought that you did the thing, you activated the well, and then... And then you tried to leave town, but you couldn't. I thought. Do I want to unlock this right now? I don't know if I want to unlock this right now. Because I think this is just a bunch of chests. I'm not ready for chests. Maybe I missed a drum. Did I miss a drum? Oh, I didn't come back here. Yep, I missed a drum. Okay. That's why. The firelight reflecting in the water surface is oddly alluring. Your gaze lingers for a moment, and a vague sense of nausea washes over you. Must have been something I ate. You are suddenly snapped back to your senses by a thumping noise in the building behind you. You are not alone here. Lars, I got a weird feeling about this place. Me too. As you enter the room, a sensation of nausea crashes over you like a wave. When you regain your composure, the room appears as if it has been remade in the image of a nightmare. Eek. Where's Grin? Grin's over here. We need... Oh boy. Lars. We need you to move somewhere better than that, or you're gonna get blasted. Yeah, no one has any light features. I don't know how to turn things up either. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can fix this. Stream group. Filters. Is there a gamma filter? Apply loot? What's loot? I don't know what that is. Delete it. Color correction, maybe? Yes. Okay. How's that? Is that better? Okay. Let me do this, because I'll have to turn that off as well. We got 2 of you there, we've got 1 of you here. I don't think those things are casters. I think the Alunta is. I need Iagra and Lars to swap places, but we're pretty low in the initiative, so we're just gonna have to move you here and hope for the best. Okay, they're not casters. Never mind. I was wrong. No, Grin, I'm hit the wrong button. Oh, no, Grin. Grin's down. I did an oops. Yeah, that's gonna be a little difficult to recover from. Wait, why can I... Why is Lars not able to attack the Dullahan? Great. I don't know if we're gonna make it. Oh, wait a minute, there's one there? Jeez. Oh, that's not much of a heal. Ouch. Val is doing a great job defending, though. Okay. This got messy fast. And the thing is, we can't leave now. I might have to redo this area. Like, I might have to go back and redo this. Because my misclick with Grin just totally boned us. And it really irritates me that Grin isn't going to get any experience from this. Ah! I can ward that. Oh shoot, his armor. I forgot about it. Yeah, this is a problem. I have to rethink this. I am gonna have to restart this level. Sorry. Yeah. Between having a big fuck up and not having any inventory space to carry his stuff, it's not gonna work. What I am gonna have to do. So it's probably a good thing we didn't grab greening yet. I need a fucking porter.
try tricky anyway.
Okay. Okay, that should do. Sorry about that, I had to sneeze. Oh, I think I just smudged my glasses. Yeah, hang on. I went to rub my face and bumped my glasses. One moment. So yeah, now you might understand my hesitation and why I wasn't so eager to come into this map. Because they are not nice here. My glasses get smudged there. There we go. Fold my little microfiber cloth. No, fold. Fold again. Go to the thing. Okay. Let's try this again. Did I save? I think I saved. I'm gonna save again. You can't save too many times, unless you do. And then you can. Wait, what? Okay. Let's try this again, this time just so that it goes a little faster. Everybody wait here. Spooky. Blah. Oh, wait. What kind of bothers me is that was Grin crit on that one? I don't remember. Cause he just got downed in one hit. He did take. Oh my freaking god! I think that's how I lost greening when I first played this too. He got crit by a blast. I think what I might need to do is actually have... I might need to have Grin activate the well. Because that should put him in the middle. In what seemed like a fumble. Yeah, the one thing, it had a nightmarish... it had a nightmarish aura. And I think because it hit everybody around him, including Grin and me, everybody got smacked with the fumble status. So, but that all happened in one hit. So he might have had that applied at the same time as everything else. Just, yeah, I don't know. All I know is that I don't want Grin to go down. I want Grin to be nice and safe. I want everybody to be nice and safe, ideally. Because by golly, everybody's precious. Okay. Alright, everybody. Let's try this again. Everybody get your tickets ready for Spooky Town. And Grin. Actually, I don't need Grin to lead yet because we're not going into the door. Turns my stomach. They're all gonna die. Note is ripped here. Okay. We sure do feel sick. Grin, you check it out. Okay. I just realized something. I don't have a lens for it. Never mind. So I was looking at the stuff for this. So Nyx's mana is not going to help us here. Assuming that those are Pox creatures, they could be Rex, they could be Max. If they're Max or Rex, great. But if they're Pox, which is what is most likely giving their nature, it feels like that might be their nature, then I don't know. We'll find out. Grin, would you like to do the honors? No. Grin, open the door. Oh, the door is open. Damn it, it didn't work. I was hoping that Grin would be in the center here. So you would have to rearrange your party. There's no way you can change where you're positioned. Okay. Not a lot of damage. Are we on an RNG table? Too close to the goblin. Leave him alone. Just gonna defend. Better to be on the safe side here. Okay, good. Nice crit. If we take the lens off, are we any better? Not really. Jeez. Just... yeah, hold on a second. I hope that was a net gain. Okay, that went a little bit better. Still a little rough. We have to be exceptionally careful. Yeah, I hate this map so much. It's spooky and they're dangerous and they hit really hard. Okay, guys. No, Grin. I know that you're nervous. I'm nervous too. But we need you in the back, buddy. No. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. You go here. You go here. You go here. Yeah, you've got the scythe. Everybody stay put for a second. I'm gonna get its attention. Hi. This is gonna take a minute. This is fine. Don't you dare do that! Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. There we go. A kobold? I'm sorry, but kobolds are much cuter than that. Why am I attacking? Thank you, Grin. The little stone statues kind of bother me a little. Like, when it's something like this, where they're like, just sort of like, in front of the fire, just sort of getting nice and cozy and warm, and they're just like a stone statue. It's like, was that a real person? Or did something else happen? Okay. This door has been unlatched. As you step outside, a dull vertigo tickles your mind. You've stepped outside of the nightmare, but there's no telling if it might drag you back in. You'd best leave while you can. That's the problem. As you near the edge of town, the path feels like it's getting longer and longer. You eventually reach a crude stone barricade blocking your path, and when you turn to look, the town is still directly behind you. Some sinister force is holding you here. Yeah. It's not good times. It's bad times. It's spooky times. This is cleared, right? Okay, good. Bridge to the pocket realm I have purchased. If I have been careful enough, no traces will remain and it will be impossible for anyone to follow or to undo my work. The town will simply cease to be and the island will be better for it. Okay. Huh. The water reflects a sickening sky with clouds like streaking blood on glass. You hope against hope that you can pass back through the other side, but nothing seems to be happening. Yeah, I think I have to kill all the creatures and light all the lanterns and maybe eat a quiche. Oh gosh, I didn't grab the quiche from the one wherever it was. Oh well, I'm not going in that one yet. Okay. I think there's something here. Ah! That's fine. Oh, nice hit. What am I seeing? I'm not able to see very well. Oh, it's bodies. Great. I just love dead people and organs, question mark. Yum yum, this sure seems like a relaxing place to be. I'm not tense at all. Nope. I'm perfectly fine. Everything is fine. This is fine. Yes, trip over your feet, please. Nice. Oh boy. That is an axe. And a lot of bodies. More bodies. More chopping and dead people. Wasn't there a thing around here before? I don't like it. I don't like it. Hang on a second. Sorry, I have to test something. Testing. Okay, there it goes. My caption stopped working for some reason. So, anybody watching the VOD using closed captioning or anybody in chat using closed captioning, I do apologize about that. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know how long it was like that. You mostly missed me being scared. Okay. Let's do the little buildings. The little buildings should be easier, right? Insert unhappy noise here. Ah! Unsettled. I'm gonna defend. Are you sure that those are tentacles, C-79? It could be their innards. It could be tongues. But it could be tentacles. They are fleshy, long, squishy bits that are gross. Yuck. Dang it. Whew, thank goodness you guys have good crit. Balefire sconce? Oh, okay. I don't know that I like that. $91 with a bow. Yeah. Okay, we gotta back off and lure them out. All three of them, because I needed to give everybody initiative without constantly going into standby. Hey! I'm gonna have to step closer, aren't I? Actually, no. Oh, she doesn't have enough wards. She's not healing other people. She only heals herself for reasons? How come you heal yourself? Oh, I can't look at your book right now. Hang on. How do I want to handle this? Oh, right, the floral oil. I forgot all about that. All right. Dang it. Okay, guys, wait, guys, no. I know we're very eager to stick together. And I know in the movies they tell you never to split the party, but we're gonna split the party real quick. I just want to take a peek. Just want to make sure that everything's okay. That there's no other scary things in here that are gonna pop up and try to kill us. There's like a ritual circle and blood. That's a blood. The coffins. Yeah, lots of coffins. The thing is, like, you can't do anything with the coffins from what I can tell. There's a fire drum. Yeah. There were some of those monsters were mummies. Okay. All right, now we can stick together. Nothing would pop out from them, right? Should be dead. Yeah, should be dead. Everything here should be dead, except for us. We should be alive. We should stay alive, and we should get out of here. But we can't. Let's see. Dang, that thing is tough. I'm trying to lure them out. Ow. Dang it. Fuck. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna see if there's anything else in here. She doesn't have enough ward. I don't want Valentine in the middle of this. There's lots of spooky half-bodies things. Hang on. Monster mash, more like monster mush. See, look at these. They're like these bodies. Hang on, Lars, come stand over here, please. No, not me. Lars, stand here. Look. This, not the circle. This thing, the body that's like, it's like from the waist up. It's like, is this a person who got petrified and cut in half? Or what happened here? There's like multiple of them, and I don't know what's going on, and it makes me very unhappy. Are there any other torches? Hello? Oh boy, a coffin. Wait, you wonder what could be for? Okay, it's just a light. I like lights. Guys, I'm gonna open a bunch of doors. Can you guys stand back here just in case something terrible happens? Nope, Grin, not closer. Further away. Alright, just making sure everything's good. We can get out of here now. We'll go up this way. Come on, guys. Oh. I'm being messaged. Message is going to have to wait. I think this is the last one. Wait, hold on. I'm not that surprised. Yeah, the fighting does never stop, doesn't it? I probably should have brought a bow for Val, but it's fine. Come and get us, whatever you are. Another kobold. No, don't miss. Ah, thank goodness. I know there's more in here, though. I'm certain there are. Guys, stay out here for a second. that is some decent range. Unfortunately, not in line of sight there. Okay, hang tight, guys. What are these? Deer? Dogs? Dogs. I think they're little dogs. And bones. And another skeleton, or not skeleton, stone statue guy thing. Come on, guys. I think we're okay for the moment. Until I start opening more doors. But I imagine as soon as I start opening doors, there's going to be trouble. So, Val, come up with me, please. Grin. I don't think these are obstacles that will impede your attacks. Hello? Door. There? Sconce. Okay, sconce is fine, but I'd like to open door. Hello? Ah! You don't have a head. Ow. Oh, shoot. Okay. Alright, that's where I went, everyone. No, Grin, don't miss. No, Val, don't miss. There are chests. I'm slightly concerned. Oh. A rawhide whip. Okay. A shadow wrap. Evasion 20, unlucky. That sounds awful. A circlet. Lucky, warding 15. A warped branch, which I don't think we have another one of those that we can use right now. Money and apoxic lens. A armor. Did I get all the treasure chests? I think I did. Okay, we had just enough inventory space for all of that shit. Cool. Come on, guys. I think we're done. I hope we're done. Can we please be done? As you approach the well, the air grows taut, and a grating voice cuts through the oppressive silence. Visitors opening the door from the outside, I wanted to thank you, but I have watched you maim and slaughter my people. Did you think that you would be allowed your trespasses without consequence? As the mayor speaks, he lurches forward, his body swelling and spilling forth from his dirty finery. Oh no, I have never done this. I never finished this map before, I think. Or Or no, I didn't get this before. I don't know what happened. I don't remember this. You shall pay for your intrusion with your blood and your bones, and I shall from your flesh forge a gateway back into the real world. Men, it's time to collect our dues. Uh-oh! Okay. Grin didn't die. That was the important part. And Lars fortunately wasn't in danger, so we got everybody positioned where they need to be. Nice. Not so nice. Nice. After the gruesome assault, you quickly return your attention to the well. Its surface shimmers softly, and you feel your gaze once again being drawn into it. Hopefully, this will let you escape from this nightmare. Wait a minute. Things appear to be back to normal for now, but there's no telling how long they will stay that way. You'd best escape this place while you can. Yes, please. We're going now. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, yeah, there's, we'll have to come back here. I don't want to come back here, but we're going to have to, because there's, I think, chests in there. But we do not have inventory space. Can we exit? You really don't understand, do you? This is my realm, and it obeys my whim. You can't defeat me here. Even death kneels when I command it. And now you are commanded to die. Uh-oh. Aha! Our jailer reveals herself. How many years now have I hunted you? How many deaths do I owe you for locking me away? We'll count them together, slowly, just as soon as I finish dealing with these intruders. Do stay put. Oh, I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you. While you were busy with these fools, I was busy severing the last threads that connect this place with the other side. Now there remains only one. The stranger makes a sudden gesture, and you feel your vision growing dim, a furious howl echoing through the still darkness. Thanks to your interference, my snare was nearly slipped. Take your fool adventuring elsewhere, and never return. All here are slain. When your vision returns, the path is again clear. The foul odor lingers on the air, but there are no signs that anyone other than you has been here for many long years. You may finally be able to escape. Oh my god! I don't think I ever secured this area the last time I played through this. so I never saw any of that. Yeah, I don't think I ever got this far in the map before. Yeah, we only had to redo it once. I don't know which I'm gonna need more. I'll get to work for now, I guess. Try to get the third pip so that my healing aura is approved. Lars, how do we want to boost you? Holy crap, that was stressful. Okay. Let's go back to the stronghold. Oh, this must be our porter. Jelani, greetings, friend. We will need supplies for the next outing, yes? I will carry the load so you may remain strong for battle. Just tell me what you need. We might actually be able to free up that porter space. Alright. Rawhide whip. That's a rope whip, so can't do anything with that. Body harness. Put you back there. Shadow wrap. Circlet. And grin. We have the toxic lens, which I don't think we're going to need for the moment. Okay. Let's go back and see if... see if we can get the items in that one chest. Yeah, I don't recall very clearly any of that stuff happening. I remember... yes, I have a key. Oh, this is all empty. That was a waste of a key. Guess who's... okay. Guess who's reloading his save. No, I came back to see if there was anything in here, but I don't think there is. Yeah, this was a waste of a key, so I'm reloading the save. I'm not wasting a key on that. This goes here. Don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. We really need to find a better stronghold. Are any of these places that we've cleared a good stronghold? Let's see. I think we had 14, right? Yeah, supports 14. Can't use. Somehow we can use this. Is that a good idea? No, it is not. We haven't explored there yet. Uh. 94.50, 94.25. So grassy field is actually going to be slightly easier to do, but yeah, 94.25. That's going to take us a bit. And this is unsecured because we don't want to get greening yet because we don't have room. So we'll have to wait on that one. Otherwise, I don't remember whether or not the Stew Pot rest stop is a good place to do that. But I think that means we're going to have to start exploring in this direction. Woodland Outpost. Okay. We need to get some other people leveled up. Yeah. We need these guys. We need everybody who is a utility character to level up, basically. Let's see. Lawful, neutral, if I'm remembering correctly. How much are in those early places before Marina? Early places before Marina? You mean these? These three here? Supports 15. Huh? Hang on. Upkeep 1510. Our manpower is 3460. Upkeep 1861. Manpower 3460. Why do we not have the option to do this? Support 16. Oh, because it's not cleared. Yeah, but there should be better places to do that, though. Actually, hold on. Sports 34, 31, 32. I don't think I can do that one. I can't do that one either. Supports 22. I remember using this one. I remember this one being one that I had not recently used. It was one of the ones I upgraded to. But I don't have quite enough manpower. Support 16, upkeep. This one might work. Hang on. Let me... Hold on. Did I fill the party? I didn't equip them. Hang on. Nazar. Valentine needs to give that back, and we'll give you the cold blade just in case. Scent graph. Let's give you something a little better than the comfy undies here. Bato. There are a couple a bit bigger in case I need a spot. Yeah, I'll take a look in a moment. Let's see. We need a bow for Bato. Who's got it? Raven does. Okay. I am going to ditch our porter, because I don't believe we need it right at the moment. Yeah, once this is secured, we should have the manpower to do this, and that'll give us a couple more slots. You said they're a couple bit bigger. Oh, near the Abbey? Not that one. Support 17. Okay. Can't do that one. And this is unsecured again. Shoot. It'll be fine. They're not close enough. Oh boy, these guys. Maybe I should have given Nazar a bow. I don't know why I'm keeping my distance. Actually, I kind of know why, but it's fine. Dang it, Nazar. Ow. Well, that poison is going to be a slight problem. Oh, right, I forgot about you. Bato, you're not going to want to stand there. Yeah, he didn't have quite enough movement. I think Nazar might be on a little too close. Yeah, Nazar's able to be attacked. Have to be careful. Nice crit. Okay, now we can claim the stronghold. Oh yeah, I do remember using this at one point as a stronghold too. Alright, what does that give us? That gives us 4 vacancies. That gives us 3 vacancies. actually. I need to buy some keys. Oops. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's have a chat, everybody. Okay, good. I was gonna say, I hope that stepping on those does not cause damage. Because I figured it should have reset. Or not reset, it should have saved its status from when I triggered them before. Because they didn't reset when I came back in here. Wolfie, hold still. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to praise everybody for a job well done. And yes, even you, Carrillo, even though we haven't hung out at all. Okay. Let's see. What is a quick... I guess the Pious Pit will work for a quickie. Because I just need to get the locksmith in there and then swap him out for the porter. Oops. Really? Hello, Vatic. I'm not sure what you are. Many secrets here, yes. You give me gold and I will help you find them. No lock will be safe. Oh, okay, keys are expensive. Okay. Show me what you find. Maybe someday. But it was all I needed from you. Okay. We'll swap you out for Porter. At some point we do need to get a merchant in, though. Okay. Kind of missed the big porter guy. Yeah. They cycle in and out. We might see him again. Let's go ahead and save. Let's see. Sports 17, sports 11. Still an Eddie. What's the description on this? Yeah, I think that's where Borgnina is, so I'm gonna wait. Ashes of a burned... Oh, I haven't done Ashes of a Burned Village yet. I should probably do this. I should probably do this without two characters that are... hang on. Can Nazara and I handle this on our own? Because Bato and Zentgraf aren't exactly combatants. Let me take a look at their books. Yeah, yeah, he's close to a level. So is he. Labor 440. Labor, yeah, oh. They both have the same build. We will swap Bato for Reppin. Reppin. Okay, and this will probably be the last map we do tonight. This may once have been a large village, but it has been burned to the ground. Foundations, ashes, and crumbling stone are all that remain. And I remember having to be very careful. Can't reach. Who's our negotiator? Reppin. God, you too strong. You take, I go. A crude pike. Gosh darn it. Grab that before I forget. We have no food. I did a dumb. do anything yet. You no take. No take! Unsettled. Look, you can't hurt me. Okay, we'll give it one more. Okay, you die now. We don't got all night. Hi! Hey! That's not who you're supposed to blast! I'm standing right here! 1 second, I'm sorry. Okay, just making sure there's nothing I have to address right this second. You're gonna make me trigger more things, aren't you? No, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do more healing. I don't know what level these things are. Like, I assume that it levels with me when I go to a new area. I want to stand here. Dang it. Stop with the spells. Okay, let's see if he drops something. No. You need to think about your life choices here. You are impressive. What would you have of me? That thing you're holding. You overstep your bounds, fool. Maybe you'd like to rethink your life choices. Okay, you're starting to irritate me now. Seriously, you have one last shot. Okay. Jerk. Actually, if I remember correctly, there is some food in some of these chests. Troglodyte Rogue and Ash Lord. Well. You got a daredevil for dashing? I didn't know you could do that. Well, I need to heal. And I'm not gonna let you touch me and give me the pain status. Nazar, just defend. We're gonna have to chip at him for now. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay, that's why. It's fine by me, I have a chance to heal. So, the last guy that said no, he's dead now. See this shiny obsidian piece that I've got? That's what's left of him. Okay, good. Thank you. What did you give me? No, that's mine, you asshole! It's an onyx. Okay. I'm not terribly interested in what you might drop. You're not carrying anything. You look kind of naked there except for your loincloth. Gimme. Mine. Okay, I might be interested in what you have to say. That's not anything interesting. Would you like to try again? Ahem. Would you like to consider your life choices? There's a troglodyte body back there that I think you might want to meet. Again, would you like to consider that? Reconsider that. Okay, I'm losing my patience. So an onyx is one of the things that we need for that ring. Nice. Oh wait, there's a chest back here. I don't want to open this yet because I don't want to have to worry about finding a place for it. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna hold off on the chests. Hi? Hello? Oh, you're all the way over here. A troglodyte mage. Okay, cool. Everybody into the... whatever building this is. Uh-oh. I think we have a problem. Whose turn is it? Okay, good. I was a little worried that it wasn't going to be able to figure that out. Daredevil bonus for running. It's ridiculous, but okay. Okay, 2 damage ain't so hot. Dang it. So you're making a mistake. You should be aware of that. Oops. This is fine. I didn't need whatever he was holding anyway. Probably. There are going to be more around this corner. So, Rippin, you please go over here. Everybody stay put a minute while I go get their attention. Hi. 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 Hi! What's it take to get people's attention around here? There you are. I thought there were more troglodytes. Do I need another onyx? I probably do. Maybe. We'll see. Poxaline. Does that give you defense against pox? I don't remember. Oh, please figure it out. Thank you. Actually, that's not where I want to stand. That hurt. Slightly. Nah. We will wait. Hey, that wasn't nice. Sweet. Now we've got 2 of them. Two wonderful shining orbs. Of onyx. At least I assume they are. Anyway. Hang tight. I swear there's some more of those troglodytes around here somewhere. See, I knew it. I think we can just have everybody join, though. I thought there were more. Oh, they're around this thing here. Oh, you had fleet? Oh no, we ended our turn, that's why. I did a dumb. Unsettled. Blurp. Let's get people into a little bit of a better position here. Okay. Hello? There you are. I knew everybody was around here somewhere. Over here, guys. I've got friends. Uh-oh. You've got friends, too. Yeah, I didn't mean to trigger them yet. This is fine. Everything's fine. Oh, right. There we go. I'm all healed. They're gonna take a little bit to get to us. Well, that sucked. I think we might have to handle the fiery guy first. They are stuck. I remember the first time I went through this area, they got caught up on this and I had to kind of draw them out. But I don't want to do that yet. No, 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 no. I clicked instead of right-click. Okay, thank you for not fireballing Zentgraph. Because I did a dumb. That time it was not a, I forgot which button to push. That time it was I moved my arm and clicked the stupid button. Because I was trying to move the mouse. Freaking... Here. Yeah, you defend. This is not gonna be great. Well, this is gonna get messy. Hey! I did not give you permission to hit Zentgraph. Ow. I don't know why I did that. Okay, we need to fall back, guys, but Nazar can't do that yet. Oh no. Okay, good. That's better. Sort of, I think. Maybe. I gotta think about it. Huh. Well, we're gonna have to wait a minute on that. Hey, that one actually stung. Okay, both of you are nearly dead, so now you can all think very carefully about your actions while I heal. I should probably swap Zentgraf in so that he gets healed as well. Yeah, they're both bleeding. Ignigon is healing slightly? Is he? Oh yeah, it's getting 1 hit point back whenever he blasts. That's not gonna do well. It might. We'll see what happens. 1 hit point shouldn't be too bad for a little while yet. Anyway, Nazar, step here. You step here. Okay, now he needs to be hit again. Dang it! That's what I was worried about. What did you drop? An onyx? I don't think I care about that right now. I've got 2 of them. More warm obsidian. Okay. No, that you're... There you are. Just don't remember if you're a caster or not. You'll probably find out. Hey, are you a caster? Okay, that answers that question. Thanks! I need to bring you a little closer this way. Hey! That is the correct person to hit with that. Let's back up a little bit. Come hither, fiery angel thing. No, try again. Very good. Actually, do I want Nazar there? I don't think I do. He can't do anything right now anyway. Just in case. Ooh, okay. No more hits. Yeah, we want you to think about your life choices once again. What are you? Maxicon, Magical 50, Max Mana, Pain Strike. Is this the... This must be the top-level book with a ruby attached. I thought that she would drop, like, a ruby or something. I was trying to get a gem. But, hey, I'm okay with this. That's neat. What is Max good against? Lux and Nyx. I kind of have a hard time figuring out what exactly is... like, what's considered a Lux enemy and what's considered a Nyx enemy. Because she was casting a Lux spell at me. And she's a fire elemental, so are you Max or are you Lux? I don't know. Either way, we can get out of here. We'll come back here in just a moment. After these commercial messages... Guys, I'm sorry. Nope. I need that. Gimme. Sorry, guys. Okay. Let's get out of here. Who will equip that tome? Probably whoever the active mage is. The thing is, I'm going to need to keep a lens handy. Because, I may run into a situation where I don't want to be casting Max. Or I don't want to cast Maxis. So I want to be able to collapse back to Arcus. Let's make you beefier. Let's make you a better laborer. And let's make you a better weaver. What did I do? A porter. Okay. Crude pike. Warm obsidian. We'll try this. Oh. Sorry. Was that all we found? Oh, no, Zencraft is carrying stuff. I was like, where did the gems go? It's like, did you try looking for them? Nobody wants to buy this humanoid skull. Come on, it's a skull! We don't know who it belongs to. It's perfectly fine to purchase, probably. I don't know. Anyway, Blacksmith, where are you? There you are, right behind me. Can you hammer on this, and what do we get? A leg. Cool, I'm gonna need another one of those. Hi, Bato. Hi, Raven. Hi, Grin. Hi, Reppin. Hi, Zenkraf. Hi, Lars. Hi, Wolfie. Hi, Val. Hi, Carillo. Okay. Okay, we'll figure that out in a minute. I haven't gotten anybody else's Bond scene yet. That's unfortunate. By now I would have expected somebody to like me, but oh. Only Nazar is actually fond of me. That's fine. Carilla's gonna have a way to go because I haven't even taken him out of storage. What is our 3586 manpower? Yep. No, if I start poking around, I'm gonna want to do the map to clear it, and then I'm gonna end up being at this all night. It's already past 1 a.m. Let me make sure there's no more inventory management that I need to do, and then we'll wrap up. Let's see. We have 3 bows. I feel like you can take on anything after that silent town. We'll see, because the game does get harder. I know that I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to take 2 of these bows and I'm going to combine them. I don't remember where I get it, but one of these, somewhere around here, I need to get rack. Because I do remember having that bow, and wow, that was a nice bow. But we'll hold on to the stiff recurve. I'm pretty sure that's the last level of that before it gets destroyed. We'll give this to... who's active? Well, who's going to be active? Zentgraph is active right now. We'll swap that in a minute. Let's... surprise... Yeah, bows are excellent. And you may have noticed the lineup that I do. I've basically got my tank, which is the main character, but really is if you don't want your avatar to be a tank, pick somebody else to be one, or like create one. Depending on your rescuer, you might be able to like make Nazar a tank easily. Other characters, Carillo is technically a dodge tank, but dodge tank kind of makes me feel uneasy because it's a percent chance, and if that percent chance happens to hit, how much damage is he gonna take? That's what I'd like to know, and I don't want to find out. So we can kind of see what happened with Grin. You know, he got a crit, and that was a random chance. I don't know if there's anything that negates crit, like, does crit get pit against dodge in the calculation? And if you have a higher dodge, does that mean you have less of a chance of being crit? I don't know. I don't know the math behind a lot of the stuff in here. But you'll notice that I've got the tank in the front, I've got somebody with a reach weapon next, and then I have them with the ability to at least defend themselves or at least take a hit if for example, if somebody gets past the tank, which if you've seen, it's happened a lot. The next one back is going to be somebody who's a ranged attacker, ideally an archer, and then the last person is usually a mage, also a ranged attacker. And you can swap things around, like Wolfie, because Wolfie has Blast and Ward, if I want to, I can put him in the third slot, and he can serve as a healer as well if I need him to. But I'm trying to get him and the other mages to get Imarcus so that they can do ranged heals. What am I doing? I'm figuring out who I want to have in the group. We just leveled Zentgraf and Reppin. It's like I was looking right at Reppin, I was like, who was the other person we leveled? It's very late at night and I'm very tired. We need to get Bato up. We need to get Raven up. We need to get Carillo up. See, Bato is lawful, Raven is neutral, so we'll go with that. So we'll get them some levels. So, Bato. We need the bow that somebody's holding. The Zentgraf has it. And then Raven. Oh, you need a bow as well. It's a weaker bow, but it'll do. Too bad I can't just give her the book and she'll have the ability to blast with it. Oh well, it's fine. Okay. I did talk to everybody, right? I hope so, because I don't want to run around right now. Alright. Funny thing with that tomb is that I think you can melee with it and inflict pain. Yeah, that sounds right. Because if you're in melee range, like with a staff, you're hitting them with that staff. Alright, that should do it for tonight. Gosh, we run late whenever we're doing this game. Thank you very much for joining me today. Thank you, Reppin, for the raid. Thank you, SVJ, St. Von Jester, for the follow. So I did a shout out for Reppin Wolf earlier. I'm gonna do a shout out for St. Von Jester as well. He does some streaming. He does a lot of retro stuff. He was doing, I think he was doing some Mario Kart stuff that I joined in on at one point. I haven't seen him do that in a while, though. But yeah, give both of those guys a follow. Wolfie also does streaming. Practically everybody in here streams, I guess. um, so follow each other, check each other out. Do we want to go on a raid is the question. Let me see if there's anybody on, because it's pretty late. Usually when we get to this late, there's not really a whole lot going on, at least for the people that I follow. Let's see. Looks like Gamerwolf is doing a Hangout and Chill stream, and Ardwolf is playing Minecraft. Let's do a Hangout and Chill. Playing Final Fantasy XIV spoiler free. Oh, Knock to ask Gamerwolf to collaborate? What? Okay, I don't know about that collaborate thing. But we're going to raid Gamerwolf. There we go. So thank you for joining me tonight. I hope you all have a wonderful night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. If you are watching the VOD, I hope you enjoyed. Once again, if there's any issues with the captioning, do let me know. I'll see what I can do to remedy it. But in the meantime, all of you take care. Have a happy Orktober. I hope you have a wonderful week. And I do cherish each and every one of you in the time that we spend together, so thank you for spending your time with me. I will catch you later. Until next time, take care.